Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome out to Burger King Stadium at Ragsdale Field here on the campus of Columbus State University. It's a two-game series here with the Cougars of Columbus State and the visiting West Georgia Wolves, a home-and-home series, the second game of this series, not to be played all the way until March 1st. So right now, a chance to defend home field for the Columbus State Cougars in the Peach Belt Conference. It's just about 4 o'clock. We're getting set for the opening pitch here at Ragsdale Field. A chilly afternoon, February 9th. I'm Corey Aldis alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fuller. We appreciate all of y'all joining us here for our broadcasted match this afternoon. Columbus State 2-1 early on in this season. They took the series from Erskine, as you watched last week here at Burger King Stadium. West Georgia, though, comes into the season 3-0. They just swept a familiar Peach Belt Conference foe in Augusta. They start off with the season sweep on their home field, and West Georgia, a little bit of a surprise team last season out of the Gulf South Conference. They went 22-11 in conference play and finished 42-16 overall. A fantastic record. In fact, they marched all the way through their conference tournament and into the regional bracket. They made it all the way into the final game of the losers bracket in the Southeast Regional before falling to their own conference opponent, Delta State. It was the first NCAA Southeast Regional in 18 seasons for the Wolves. A great year and fantastic head coach led by Stanley, also known as Skip Fight. It's his 8th season there. He previously was at Augusta, the team that the Wolves just ended up sweeping last week. So here we go. We are set for the opening pitch. Luke Porter takes the mound this afternoon for the Cougars, the right-hander out of Birmingham, Alabama. Had a 5.77 ERA last season, but ended up going 6-1 overall, and the first pitch in there for a called strike. So Porter gets the start for the Cougars this afternoon. He's made an early appearance this season with a 2.70 ERA. Went 3 1/3, gave up 2 hits, only 1 earned while striking out 3. That was in their series against Erskine last week. That pitch outside, first ball, 1-2. These two teams have played a home and home many of the last few seasons. They've taken a break over the past 2 seasons, but before that they were playing a home and home every year. Cougars are winners of 11 of the last 12 in this series. That pitch fouled off, 2-2. The last game that these two played here at Burger King Stadium, February 6th, 2013, it was a run fest. 38 combined runs between these two, 26-12. Cougars came out on top of that one. They had 30 hits on the afternoon. Just an explosion there and a quick unassisted put out there by the first baseman, Mason McClellan. So a ground out to get this game started, and just the way that Porter wants to begin for the Cougars on the mound. Utley, the designated hitter for the Wolves, at the plate as he fouls that one off out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. The 0-1, chopped foul, another hole for the Wolves. So Barnes started down 0-2 in the count. Utley finds himself in the exact same situation. Porter dealing early in this one. Got a .317 batting average to start this season in their 3 wins against Augusta, and swinging and missing on that one was Utley in the throw down the first in time. 2 quick outs for the Cougars, and Porter picking up where he left off last week. So the shortstop up at the plate now, Artemis Kadkodian, batting .429 in the first 3 games, and he looks at a first pitch and flies that one to shallow center, racing up there and getting there in time. It's a center fielder, Tyler Fichter. 3 up, 3 down, just the way we like to see it here at Burger King Stadium. Your Cougars are coming up to the plate.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
So Porter does quick work on the mound for the Cougars, goes 3 up, 3 down. And Columbus State University coming to the plate. Same lineup that we saw in the first 2 games of the 3-game series against Erskine, Evans, Drennan, and Fichter. Your 1, 2, and 3 for the Cougars. Well, they led the country last year in numerous batting numbers and runs and hits. One of the best in home runs, batting average. You go up and down the line, and it was right there for the Cougars, but they've had to replace a number of those batters coming into this season, and we've already seen some early work done by the Cougars at the plate. See if we can keep things rolling here, and leading off for the Cougars is the shortstop, Justin Evans. 286 to start this season through 3 games. A sophomore out of Kennesaw, Georgia. Evans swings at that first pitch and fouls it back. Evans settling into his leadoff role this season for the Cougars. Batted mostly in the 9-hole last year and finds himself coming all the way around to the top. One of the few returning positional players for the Cougars. In fact, both of these teams see a few returners this year. Deep into the hole there, no chance. Evans easily safe on first. Well, getting your leadoff guy on the base paths is a great way to start off for the Cougars, as Gunnar Drennan comes up to the plate. So Evans on early. Drennan looks at a first called strike there for the Cougars. Drennan has been fantastic to start this season for Columbus State, coming here from Allen County Community College out there in the Midwest, in the middle of Kansas. Already batting .300 through the first 3 games. Has a double, a triple, as well as a single. There goes Evans taking off, and he's going to have to come all the way back as it's fouled back. So the 0-2 hole here for Drennan. Evans comes back to first base. He's got some decent speed over there at first base with Justin Evans. He was tied for second on the team last year in stolen bases with 17. Stays this time. That pitch outside, 1-2. On deck is Victor. Made the third and final out there in center field for Columbus State. Right now on the mound, Grayson McLeod. He gets the start for the Wolves. Throw back to first. Evans there in time. McLeod was phenomenal in his first start for the Wolves. It was the first start of his career for West Georgia. He transferred up to there from Gordon State College. Grayson McLeod went 6 innings, giving up only 3 hits while striking out 6 in their 6-1 win against Augusta. That was just back on February 1st. And he's out there on the mound. 2-2 the count. They throw him back, trying to keep Evans a little closer to the first base bag. There goes Evans again, swinging and missing his Drennan. Evans is going to easily slide in safely. So they're going to call a batter interference there on Gunnar Drennan, and in turn they're going to rule Evans out at second. So knock away the stolen base by Evans, the leadoff guy on the base paths, and it's all for nothing as the Cougars, just like that, with 2 quick outs. Coach Appleton stepping out, having a word with the home plate ump. Didn't look like Drennan stepped out there, and I think that's what Coach Appleton is so upset about. The ump had other ideas. Ruled Evans out, and there goes the leadoff hit for the Cougars. So just like that, 2 outs already now for Columbus State, and no one on the base paths for Fichter. It's not quite what you wanted, as Fichter, one of the best RBI getters, returning for the Cougars, and already has 3 this season, and it would have been great to have a chance with a runner in scoring position for Fichter. Looks at a called strike there, 1-1. Fichter, the left-handed hitter, looks at that pitch inside, brushed him back. Fichter, the senior for the Cougars, 5'7", just 165. Originally played down at Broward Community College, was first-team all-conference player down there, and has had a great start to his Cougar career last year out of Davie, Florida. The 2-1, swinging and missing there, 2-2. Again, the second game of this series not to take place until March 1st. It will be at West Georgia. Cougars having dominated this series so far. Right now, no one on the base paths. 2 down for Fichter in the bottom of the first. Again, Evans out on the batter interference. That pitch just comes across the plate, gets Fichter looking, and sends him back to the dugout. Strikeout for the Cougars. They're unable to plate the leadoff hit. 0-0 as we head to the second. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field here at Burger King Stadium. Zeros up on the scoreboard. Cougars got the leadoff hit that they wanted, a single by Evans, but as he stole second base, he was ruled out due to the batter's interference by Gunnar Drinnen, and nothing happened. Bryce Peters at the plate for the Wolves. So both teams going 3 and out to start early here. Peters out of LaGrange, Georgia for the Wolves, and looks at a called strike to start his at-bat. The 6'5", 220-pound junior. Slow roller up to Porter, who fields it easily and makes a high throw to McClellan, who's able to use his height and a little verticality there to haul that one in. No damage done, one down. To the left fielder, Cade Marlowe, now at the plate. Marlowe, one of the few returners for the Wolves. They lost a huge chunk of their team this offseason. They had 5 all-conference players, 3 of them all-region, and all 5 of them are no longer on the squad. Lost 4 of their top 5 hitters as that one is hit deep into left field. Backtracking all the way to the warning track and just shy of the wall there was Vincent. Vincent comes down with the catch. 2 quick outs. Boy, Porter just rolling out there early in this one. So Ryan Raper up at the plate now, the first baseman. The lefty out of Dallas, Georgia. He's a senior. Went just 4 for 10 last season with 3 runs. The 1-1 pitch, low, 2-1. So Raper, a good start to this season, and he hits that one into the right side, and he's got a 2-out single for the Wolves. Raper already hitting .400. He's now 5 for 11 to start this year. That brings up Drew Eady. He's been a little bit of a struggle for him to start this season. Just 1 for 11 to start for Eady as he looks at a called strike there. So Porter giving up just his first hit of the afternoon. He had been rolling to start. As mentioned, 6-1 last year. 48.1 innings pitched with 44 strikeouts. Porter just misses there, 1-1. Pitch off the end of the bat, and it goes right to Gunnar Drinnen, who makes the easy throw over to second base. So no damage done despite the runner getting on the base paths for the Wolves. Zeros up on the scoreboard still, each team with 1 hit. We'll head to the bottom of the second on Cougar Sports TV.
The PBC is commitment.
The PBC is community.
The PBC is competition.
The PBC is character. We are the PBC.
Four, 5, and 6 coming up for Columbus State. So we start the bottom of the second. Barry, McClellan, and Hart for the Cougars. They had the leadoff hit that they wanted with Justin Evans. He was called out at second on the batter's interference there as Gunnar Drennan struck out, and Victor followed it up with a strikeout of his own. So 2 early strikeouts for McLeod on the mound as he throws that one outside to start this at-bat. McLeod picking up that win against Augusta to open up the season for the Wolves. The 1-0 inside, 2-0. Barry's had a little bit of a slow start here for the Cougars this season. Just 2 for 12. A sophomore out of Marietta, Georgia. The lefty skies that one into center field. Out there for the Wolves is Drew Eady, and he comes down with it. Wobbled a little bit out there in center field, but came up with the grab. Mason McClellan at the plate. The Wolves were picked to finish third in the Gulf South Conference preseason poll this year after making the Southeast Regional for the first time in 18 seasons. Want to know the count. That one fouled off, 1-1. McClellan in 3 games, batting .333, 4 for 12, 3 runs, and that solo home run that he had in the opening day for the Cougs. Him and Vincent, whom you'll see later, both had those opening day solo home runs in their first game as a Cougar. That one hit over to the shortstop. Right there is Kadkodian. Makes the play over to first. 2 down. Lake Hart coming up at the plate. I interviewed him after the first game. He's so excited to be here. The start of his senior season for the Cougars. He was here last year, played sparingly, got in there about every other day, played 26 games as he fouls that one off. Originally out of South Georgia State College. Did bat .345 for the Cougars last year. They've got him as a designated hitter and Bryce Delavy catching. We've got 4 catchers on the roster, a 5th and a 6th catcher redshirting. So catchers galore for the Cougars this year. But Hart has started well, 4 for 10 this season. Right now he's in a hole, 0-2, as he fouls that one back to stay alive. The 0-2 pitch off the end of his bat, right over to the shortstop again for another putout to end the inning. 6-3 it goes as the Wolves and Cougars are both rolling with their pitchers on the mound. We're through 2, only 2 combined hits on Cougar Sports TV.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
We're through two here at Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Corey Aldis alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fola. We appreciate y'all joining us here this afternoon. And boy, this is a pitcher's duel, and things are happening fast here at Burger King Stadium. Only 2 combined hits between these two, 1 for each team. The number of strikeouts as well. Third baseman Gardner at the plate for the Wolves. Porter first pitch right down the pipe. Tyler Gardner batting .250 this season. Appeared in all 3 games. Only started 2, so this is his 3rd start. He's 2 for 8 with a double and a couple of runs for the Wolves. Working fast up there is Porter, and already into a quick 0-2 hole is Gardner. So the freshman out of Tate, Georgia. This is his first season up at the collegiate level. Porter, the 0-2 pitch. Check swing there. They say that he went, and they'll throw on down to first base. Porter picks up another strikeout. Number 4, N.J. Williamson coming up to the plate now. Batting just .100 to start this season for the Wolves. As he looks at a pitch high there, 1-0. So Williamson just 1 for 10, although he does have a couple of RBIs and runs. Out of Bartow, Florida. A transfer out of the College of Central Florida. So this is junior season, and first one here with the Wolves. The 1-1 pitch. Right, settles in for a strike. Porter delivers off the end of the bat and fouled back. 1-2. That one rolled on over to Barry, slides down, pops it up in his hand, makes the throw over to first, and safe in time. Running down the first base line was Williamson. Second hit of the afternoon for West Georgia. So down in the count, but Williamson comes through for the Wolves with a single, as Barry couldn't quite grab a handle of that, and now the lefty, and we're back up to the top of the lineup for the Wolves with Barnes at the plate and 1 on. Porter delivers swinging, and taking a hack at that one was Barnes. Porter, throw back over to first, trying to keep Williamson close to the bag there. No stolen base attempts this season for N.J. Williamson. He's over on first. Barnes at the plate. Barnes, that pitch high. freshman out of Noonan, Georgia. 2 for 2 coming into this game. Had an RBI. Didn't start in the one appearance that he did make as he rips that one foul. Right now, a 1-2 count. Grounded out to the first baseman, McClellan, in his first plate appearance. Porter has been ahead time and time again on the mound. Another throwback over, and McClellan thought he got Williamson. Not quite, says the umps. Still safe. And still 1-2. Staying alive there is Barnes. Luke Porter, the transfer out of Wallace State Community College down in Hanceville. That's where he played his freshman and sophomore seasons before coming up to CSU last year. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. So he played down at Wallace State Community College, pitched his sophomore season, but he was actually the catcher for Wallace State Community College his freshman year. Another throwback over to first, and safe again is Williamson. Batted .255 with 21 RBIs, Porter that is, for settling in as a pitching role his sophomore season. That one inside on Barnes as he turns on it. Another throwback over to Williamson, and he's safe again. And boy, the Cougars and Porter are really wanting that out over on first base. They're already knowing that Williamson's going to take off here on the full count, trying to catch him off guard. This time, Porter delivers the payoff, and it's fouled off, and NJ will have to strut on back. This, our longest bat of the afternoon. Top of the third, 0-0. Only 3 combined hits. 2 for the Wolves, 1 for the Cougars. Again, fouled off. Barnes is doing a fantastic job right now, just staying alive. Porter looking for that pitch to get him out. And NJ Williamson over on first, and they go back there yet again. Porter delivers. That one fouled back and out of play. So Porter has faced just 4 left-handed batters this entire season in his one appearance, only giving up a hit. Right now, Barnes trying to grab another one. The delivery, that's outside, ball 4. Williamson still wanted to slide in to second base. So after striking out Gardner, Williamson hits a single, Barnes walks, and we've got 2 on and only 1 down as Porter tries to get out of it here. Utley at the plate. First pitch strike. A much needed one for the Cougars. They're in a little bit of trouble here with 2 on. That one fouled back, and now an 0-2 hole, just where Porter wants to be. Utley, one of the best hitters for the Wolves to start the early season, batting .467 in their 3-game series against Augusta. 3 doubles. It's a tough out at the plate, and Porter knows it. 1-2 the count. Again, no need to throw anything right down the middle when you're ahead 0-2. Well done by Porter, and off the end of the bat, that goes right up the middle. A chance for an RBI single. It's going to plate 1 run, and the runner will slide in safely over on third base. That's Brady Barnes. So N.J. Williamson comes across the plate. First run scored in the afternoon as the Wolves take the early 1-0 lead. So another hit for Utley as he continues his torrid start to the season and picks up RBI number 6. Leads his team. That pitch inside, and it hit Katkodian, and we've got a bases loaded jam here for Columbus State. So Porter in some trouble for the Cougars. Struck out the first batter, that was Garner, and since then it's been all downhill. Katkodian was hit by the pitch there, and bases are loaded, and swinging and missing there is Peters. Peters, .364 to start this year, does have 1 home run, and he's second on the team in RBIs with 5. Even a base hit would just about pass Utley in RBIs to start this year for the Wolves. 1-1 the count. That one hit sharply over to the shortstop, Evans. Off his glove it goes. It was going to be a line out, and 2 runs are going to score for the Wolves. Boy, the umpire ducked right there, and it came right at Evans, just off the end of his glove. Couldn't quite handle that one. Moving on over to third base is Katkodian, and now runners on the corners as Peters makes it over to first base. So 3-0 now, and the error charged to Evans. That pitch outside, 1-0. An opportunity for the Cougars to get out of that jam and possibly out of the inning, and went all downhill as the ball bounced off the glove of Evans into the outfield. 2-run score, 3-0 lead for the Wolves, and they still have runners on the corners with only 1 down. So Katkodian over on third base. On first is Peters. At the plate, Cade Marlowe. The 1-2 count. Low as Delavy saves it there for the Cougars. Marlowe, one of just 4 returning positional players for the Wolves from last season, starters. Marlowe hit .412 for the Wolves last year. 37 runs, 26 RBIs to go along with 12 doubles. It's a formidable lineup that the Cougars are having to face here, and Porter and the defense aren't doing themselves any favors. 2-2 the count. Marlowe swinging and hitting that one softly over to Evans. A chance to turn double play there, and Marlowe's easily going to be safe. A runner will score. That's Kadkodian. 4-0 now, as the Wolves are jumping out in front of the Cougars here in the top frame of the third. So 2 down as Ryan Raper comes to the plate, runner over on first base. 4-0. Things got out of hand after the error from Evans. There goes Marlowe taking off for second base, and the throw down there, and Evans can't hang on to it. He was going to be out. That throw off center from Delavie, but Evans was there in time, just couldn't quite corral it. So now another runner in scoring position for the Wolves. Right now it's a 1-2 count. 2 down, a runner over on second base. That's Cade Marlowe after he stole the bag. 4 runs, only 3 hits. The Wolves are in front here in the top of the third. Right now it's Ryan Raper at the plate. Reaching for that one into foul territory, and that's going to fade out of play. One and 2 the count. Raper 0 for 3 this year with runners in scoring position. Again, popping that one up, and it's going to fade out of play. Same spot. Out towards the dugout for the Cougars. Count remains 1 and 2. Raper singled in his first at-bat, already 1 for 1 on the afternoon. The 1-2 pitch, swinging it down the first base line, another foul ball. So count still remains 1 and 2, and the Cougars desperate for this third and final out to get out of this top frame of the third. Porter delivers high, 2 and 2. Even count, taken off for third base. The throw down there, got him just in time. As Gunnar Drennan made the tag there on third base. Marlowe couldn't pick up his second stolen bag of the inning. The error costs the Cougars. They trail 4-0, heading to the bottom of the third. Miles Cameron at the plate to lead off for the Cougars. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for Columbus State. And they're going to need some work done with the bottom of the lineup here as they trail early in this one 4-0. So a rough go-round in the top frame of this inning as the Wolves played 4. A lot of it having to do with the error there from Justin Evans. A chance to bounce back. Miles Cameron swinging and missing at that one. He's in a quick 0-2 hole. McLeod dealing up there on the mound has given up just one hit as Cameron fouls that one off. Looking just like he did in his opening day start against Augusta. Going 6 strong, striking out 6. Didn't allow a single earned run and didn't even walk a batter as well. The 0-2 pitch. Outside, and Cameron hits it off the end of his bat there, and tracking it down in right field is Barnes. Gets there in time for the first out. So Cameron flies out, and Bryce Delavie, the catcher, comes up to the plate. Hit a home run in the loss against Erskine to finish off the series. A 5-3 loss against them, as he hits that one right back to the shortstop on the first pitch, and Kadkodian makes the easy throw over the first. So Cameron falls back in the count. Delavie swings and gets out on the first pitch. And we've got 2 quick outs and no one on the base paths. That brings up Turner Vincent for the Cougars. He looks at a ball high and outside to start this at bat. Vincent's got one of the 3 home runs for Columbus State, as he started one in his first day as a member of the Cougars. His first at bat, nonetheless. Swinging for the fences on that one, and evens the count 1-1. So I mentioned Luke Porter over there at Wallace State Community College down in Hanceville. That's the same spot that Turner Vincent comes to the Cougars from as well. So he chops that one foul. Vincent hit over 300 in both of his seasons there. Had a combined 6 home runs for Wallace State. The junior out of Dothan, Alabama. One and 2 the count now to Vincent. No one on the base paths. 2 quick outs for the Cougars. That pitch high evens the count. Two pitch, hit off the end of his bat into left field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. So Turner Vincent is going to get on the base paths there with a 2-out single. And the Cougars are going to keep their 3rd inning alive as the top of the lineup comes back around. So Justin Evans comes up to the plate. He had a single in his first at bat, and the Cougars could really use one here. The first pitch comes across the plate there, called strike. Nice slider thrown there from McLeod. Vincent taking off for second base. They're going to try and throw him out. Vincent's 0 for 1 on the season and stolen bases, and man, it looked like he might have been out there, but they call him safe. Picks up his first stolen base as a Cougar, now 1 for 2. So a runner in scoring position now for the Cougars. One on the count. Justin Evans at the plate and a chance to pick up an RBI if he can try and knock Vincent home to get the Cougars on the board. They trail 4-0 in the bottom of the third. Pitch. Evans hits that one, skies it into right field. Backtracking out there is Barnes, and he comes up with the third and final out as the Wolves get out of it with no damage done. 4-0 the score after 3. You're watching Cougar Baseball on CSU TV.
Hey, Banks. Have a seat and let me make you uncomfortable. Up those grades, son, or the only position you'll be playing in college is sitting on me. You're still awake? Have a seat on old Mr. Bench. At least your buns will fall asleep.
Is this the one about the high school hotshot who gets benched in college?
Hey, Manti, move down.
It's a tearjerker!
Welcome back here to Cougar Sports TV. 4-0 the score after 3 as we start the top frame of the 4th. We started it with a ground out there as Ryan Raper was sent down, and Jaridi now at the plate. Porter sends that one low and outside, 2-0. No one on the base paths for Edie as we start the top frame of the 4th. Cougars having some trouble getting anything going here in this one. Fouling that one off is Edie, 2-2. Wolves picked up all 4 of their runs in the top of the 3rd. Just one earned, though, to Porter as that one is through the left side. A base knock for Edie. He's on the base paths. Tyler Gardner coming up to the plate, and only one down. So Porter 3 1/3 right now. It's given up 4 hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned though, while walking 1 and striking out 2. It's almost hit the 70 pitch mark early in this one. 0-1 the count. That one off the end of the bag. Touching first base is McClellan. A chance for a double play there. Heads up by McClellan to throw that on down to second base. Double play to end the inning. That's the Cougar specialty. 4-0 the score. Cougars trail as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Choosing the right college can be a challenge. Does it offer degrees suited to your career goals? Are emerging fields of study more your interest, like cybersecurity, gaming, or environmental science? What about extracurricular activities, such as campus life, study abroad, or honors? Are scholarships and financial assistance available? Columbus State University has always been one of the most affordable colleges in Georgia. Now it's also one of the fastest growing. When you ask the right questions, you'll find out why CSU should be your first choice.
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. You're watching Cougar baseball as Columbus State trailing 4-0 here. So we enter the bottom of the fourth. One slight correction there as a couple of innings ago when Evans had the error. It was actually the backup catcher, Lane Griffin, who had come into the game. The home plate umpire, no mention of it. And so instead of Price Peters picking up that hit and being on the base path for the run that was scored later, it was actually the backup catcher, Lane Griffin. So something to keep in mind as Griffin is into the game, and you see him there catching right now for the Wolves. So Gunnar Drennan will lead off the inning for the Cougars as he hits that one right to the second baseman. Man, quick work being done on the mound this afternoon for McLeod. One pitch, one out. Cougars aren't able to get anything going so far. So a quick ground out, and Tyler Fichter tries to lay down a bunt there, and he fouls it back. So Fichter, the left-handed batter for the Cougars, 0-1 the count. One down, no one on the base paths. As Fichter swings and misses on that one. He's behind, 0-2. Cougars have had just one base runner on second base. That was Vincent in the previous inning. Slow roller, second baseman, easy flip there to get Fichter out at first. 2 down. McLeod just rolling up there on the mound right now, and he's thrown a extremely low number of pitchers. Only 39 of them so far as he looks to get the third and final out in the fourth. Barry at the plate. Your back-to-back lefties for the Cougars. McLeod inside, 1-1. Bryce McLeod out of Valdosta, Georgia. The righty, as mentioned, transferred up here his first season for West Georgia. Boise off to a hot start as that one is hit right up the gut for a base hit. Another 2 out base hit for the Cougars. That's back-to-back innings. Vincent had one last inning. And now Barry delivers this time around. So after two quick putouts by the second baseman over the first, Barry comes up with the single. Mason McClellan at the plate. Barry over on first base. McClellan swinging and missing on that first pitch. Mason out of McDonough, Georgia, played over at Union Grove High School. Actually in their Hall of Fame, as is his older brother, Mike McClellan, whom you may be familiar with. The stars for the Cougars past couple of seasons. Mason, a junior, the younger brother, played his first season down at Lake Sumter, which is freshman year. Actually played it with his cousin Patrick, who's on the team as well, before transferring on over to Charleston Southern and eventually finding his way here at CSU. Boy, 3 different schools in 3 different years. 2-1 the count. Barry on first, 2 down for the Cougars in the bottom of the 4th. McClellan swinging and missing on that one. 2-2. So a runner now in scoring position. Barry over on second base. It's 2 for 2 now on the year on stolen bases. So we saw Vincent steal the second base in the previous inning. He got into scoring position. Barry does the same thing. We'll see if the Cougars can send him on home this time around. McClellan with the honors, and that pitch over his head as he had to duck there as that one stayed outside on McLeod. McClellan 1 for 2 this season with runners in scoring position. Chance to deliver here to put the Cougars on the board. Full count. The payoff pitch. McClellan skies that one to the infield. Running over there is the third baseman, and just coming up with the grab there for the Wolves. Barely getting that was Tyler Gardner, and they get out of the inning again. No runs come across for the Cougars. They still trail 4-0.
Think of the NCAA as a spirit squad, cheering for student athletes at every big event and every small one. We'd be there in the classroom, at graduation, at their first job interview. Okay, so don't think of us as a spirit squad. Think of us as a mascot. Well, just know we're always there for student athletes.
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Cougars trail 4-0 as we start the 5th inning. Luke Porter still out there for Columbus State. He's gone 4 innings, given up 4 hits, 1 earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. 70 pitches thrown so far, but how about McLeod on the flip side? Only allowed 3 hits, no earned, strikeout 2, and has thrown only 48 pitches so far for the Wolves. He's rolling out there for West Georgia, as is their offense. 4-0 the score. Swinging and missing at that pitch, and Jay Williamson. He's back up at the plate. Jay, the transfer out of the College of Central Florida. Again, his first season, as is the case for many of the hitters, not just for West Georgia, but for CSU as well. Porter delivers. That one fouled back. So the Cougars got back-to-back 2-out hits in their innings respectively, but no damage was done on the long throw there from Evans. Gets the first out for the Cougars in the top of the 5th. That error from Evans earlier looming large for the Cougars as it kept the inning alive, and 4 runs have scored as West Georgia is in front. Brady Barnes, top of the lineup, back around for the Wolves. 0 for 1 with a walk. Another slow grounder. This one, Drennan steps up on it and makes the throw over the first. Well, this is looking more like the first and second innings for Porter as he was cruising early on. Back-to-back groundouts. And Porter has a chance to get out with a 1-2-3 inning. Ben Utley up at the plate. A designated hitter. Already with a hit, a run, and an RBI. Great pitch right there, sliding back across the plate. Caught Utley looking. He struck out in his first at-bat. Fell down 0-2 for swinging on the 4th pitch. And that one in the dirt, 1-1. Porter working fast in this top of the 5th. That pitch inside, 2-1. Kadkodian on deck. That ball hit into right field. It's going to drop in front of Cameron, who can't get to it in time. So a single by Ben Utley keeps the inning alive, and Kadkodian comes to the plate. So a runner over on first base as the Wolves keep the inning alive. Kadkodian fouls that one back. And this is where you've got to pick up this third and final out here as you're getting into the heart of the lineup. Kadkodian led the team in home runs last season with 10 of them. Again, he's one of the 4 returnees for the Wolves as he looks at a strike on the outside corner there. Just catching it was Porter. Kadkodian, not only 10 home runs, but he hit .297, 51 runs, and 37 RBIs. That pitch high, 1-2. Right now you've got Utley over on first base. 2 down. The 1-2 pitch, swinging for the fences is that one. Kadkodian has Vincent in left field back there, but he's going to step inside and come up with a grab there as that ball got caught up in the air. No damage done. Runner left on first base. Cougars still trail 4-0.
From court to court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub, with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
Bottom of the 5th here at Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Corey Aldis alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fuller. We appreciate y'all joining us here on Cougar Sports TV. Got just a one-game series here. Make sure you join us right across the way. We'll be at softball all weekend long. They've got 2 at home on Friday, 2 at home on Saturday, and 2 more at home on Sunday. 6 games ahead of us over there on the softball field. Make sure you come on out to Cougar Field to watch your Lady Cougars. So they started the season great. They were 3-1 this past weekend in the tournament. And swinging and crushing that one, but going foul is Lake Hart. Hart got just in front of that one, and he's down 0-1. 4-0. Cougars are trailing in the run department. 5 hits overall for the Wolves, just 3 for Columbus State as that slid back across. 1-1. 0-2, that is. That pitch stayed outside, 1-2. So Lake Hart just his second at-bat of the afternoon. Grounded out to the shortstop in his first plate appearance. Fouls that one off. 1-2. Count remains. Hart in his second season with the Cougars. Third on the team last year in slugging percentage at .619. Looks at a ball in the dirt there. 2-2. Well, the offense needs a little bit of a jump start, and why not get things rolling here in the bottom of the 5th with Lake Hart. It's batting .400 coming into the game. Was 4 for 10. With an RBI, that one inside on him, full count. So Hart's battled his way all the way back to a full count here. He's got one walk drawn this season to go along with a strikeout. See if we can get a base runner on the paths to start the bottom of the 5th. Swinging was Hart and driving it into left field, and back there for the Wolves is Marlowe. Well, no leadoff runner on the paths for the Cougars. The freshman up at the plate, Miles Cameron. He's one of the new batters for the Cougars this season, a freshman. And Coach Appleton talked a lot about wanting to get his new players some batting experience to see what he could get out of them. And saw some good signs early on in their opening series against Erskine when they shut them out 3-0 in the first game and put up 9 runs in the second one. That one hit back up to short, and the play made by Kedkodian. The hitting's been quite a different story here this afternoon. A bit of a struggle, but they've been facing a dominant pitcher, Grayson McLeod. So Delavy at the plate now. 2 quick outs, no one on the base paths. We're in the bottom of the 5th. McLeod went 6 innings, giving up only 3 hits in his opening day start, and he's on his way to match that this afternoon. Delavy, the transfer out of Wallace Community College down in Dothan. Looks at a strike there. 0-2. The Cougars got two-out singles in back-to-back innings in the bottom of the third, the bottom of the fourth. Each time the runner stole second but was stranded there, and see if Delavy can get on base for the third straight time with 2 outs for the Cougars. Not happening this time around. Looks at a called third strike. So 3 up, 3 down for the Cougars. Still 4-0. West Georgia Wolves in front.
Think of the NCAA as a marching band. We wouldn't stop with halftime. We'd be full-time, celebrating student athletes in everything they do. Okay, so don't think of us as a marching band. Think of us as a spirit squad. Well, just know we're always there for student athletes.
Well, a new pitcher for Columbus State to start the top of the sixth. A senior comes on to the mound for the Cougars, Robert Hayes, the righty out of Commerce, Georgia. He's been with Columbus State since his freshman campaign. Hayes had just a 3.49 ERA in 20 appearances last season for the Cougs. One of the steady guys out of the bullpen went 28 and a third while striking out 22. So Hayes on the mound, that means Luke Porter's afternoon is complete. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs. Only 1 was earned. Walked 1 and struck out 2. Those 2 strikeouts happened early on. Picked up 1 of them in the first inning. Ran into some trouble in the third off the error, which is where all 4 of the runs eventually came in. At the plate right now, Lane Griffin, and speaking of errors, that's where it all started when Griffin came to the plate and it went off the glove of Evans. Let's avoid having that happen again. 2-1 the count to Griffin. Again, backup catcher came in for the starter. That's Peters, who was originally in to start this game before Griffin came in. 3-1 the count. Hayes walked just 11 batters compared to his 22 strikeouts for the Cougars last year. He's behind 3-1 and gets it just on the corner there. Full count. Griffin thought he had ball 4 there and started to walk the first. Full count pitch. Called third strike. Griffin takes a seat back in the dugout. Hayes starts with a strikeout. Another lefty coming up to the plate, Cade Marlowe. The lefty in the left field. 1 RBI and 2 at-bats. Swings and misses on that one. Starts down in the count. Hayes working quick on the mound. That one off the end of the bat there. It's sent into left. Charging up on it is Vincent, and he makes the grab for the Cougars. A diving play by the left fielder, Turner Vincent. 2 down. A special play made in the outfield there by Turner Vincent, robbing a hit, and Ryan Raper now at the plate. 2 down and no one on. Looks at a called strike to start this at bat. How about Turner Vincent making that grab out there for the Cougars? Speaking of Vincent, he'll be leading off for the Cougars in the bottom of the 6th. So he'll get things started, and well, the last time he led off an inning, he hit that home run back on opening day. Called strike there, 1-2. Right now, Raper down in the count, 1-2 with 2 down, swinging right there and hits a single into right. So once again, he keeps the inning alive. The Wolves do it again with 2 outs, picking up a single. Two-out single by Raper brings up Drew Eady. Eady looks at a ball to start this at-bat. So Drew Eady 1 for 2 on the afternoon. The outfielder out of LaGrange, Georgia. He's actually went to the same high school as Bocucci, one of our pitchers for the Cougars. He's a year younger than Bocucci. They played on the same high school team, the Grangers out of LaGrange. Eady had 291 last year as he fouls that one off. Two and 1 the count. Jacob Bocucci is our right-handed pitcher, a senior. Saw a lot more playing time last season for the Cougars, going 20 2/3. Haven't seen him so far to start the 2017 campaign. Right now, 2 and 1 the count. Hayes on the mound, or 3 and 1 that is. Over on first, Ryan Raper fouling that one off. Full count. Two down, runner over on first base. Cougars trying to get out of this inning. Hayes delivers. That one fouled. Remains 3 and 2. So we'll replay it. Eady at the plate. Runner over on first. Delivers, and he fouls it off again, and Raper will have to go back to first. We saw an opening inning strikeout looking by Griffin, and then a diving grab by Vincent in left field to rob Marlowe of a hit. Raper singled, and we've got a full count with 2 down here, and Edie at the plate. Hits that one into deep right field. Tracking back is the freshman Cameron, and he comes up with the grab. So that'll end the top frame of the 6th. No runs across the plate. Still 4-0. Same score since the top of the 3rd. Cougars coming up to bat. It'll be Turner Vincent to lead things off.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom of the 6th. Cougars still trailing 4-0, and well, you hear it all the time. You make a fantastic defensive play, and you turn it into offense, and Vincent's got a chance to do that here. Looks at a strike to start this at-bat. Turner Vincent at the plate for the Cougars. It's 1 for 1 this afternoon. Also, it was a 2-out hit. He stole second as well. Vincent fouls that one off. He's quickly down 0-2. Vincent picked up a single back in the 3rd inning. Looks at a ball there, 1-2. Vincent out of Dothan, Alabama. And speaking of Dothan, that's where one of our basketball stars is from, Ashley Isuzu. Last night hit the 1,000-point career mark. Hit it the same game as our teammate, Brittany Tatum, as Vincent singles that one. Past the 3rd baseman. He's going all the way for second. Vincent sliding in safely. Turner Vincent making it all the way to second base on that rocket to 3rd base. So a runner in scoring position already. A lead-off hit for the Cougars. So they're going to rule that an error by the 3rd baseman, Tyler Gardner. Through his legs, allowed Vincent to come all the way around to second base. Top of the lineup, back around for the Cougars. Evans at the plate, runner in scoring position. Evans 1 for 2 on the afternoon. McLeod taking his time. Vincent over there on second base. The 1-0 pitch slides across 1-1. Evans had the leadoff single for the Cougars back in the bottom of the 1st, but was called out on second with the batter's interference. Drennan on deck. McLeod wary of Vincent over on second base. He is 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts this season. He picked up his first successful one back in the third inning. Cougars 3 of 5 on stolen base attempts this season. One and two the count now on Evans. Showed bunt a couple times. See if he pulls back this time, and he's going to swing away with 2 strikes. Vincent over on second base. Cougars trying to manufacture a run here. They're going to need multiple of them as Evans grounds that one high. Chopper over to the second baseman. Makes the throw over to first. Moves Vincent on over to third base. So Evans is out, but it moves Vincent on over to third, and the Cougars have a chance to get on the board here finally. In the bottom of the 6th, Gunnar Drennan will get the honors. Drennan 0 for 2 this afternoon with a strikeout and a ground out. He's got a chance to turn that around with Vincent 90 feet away. Slider for a strike there by McLeod. He's had great control of that slider this afternoon, and he hasn't been missing his location often. It's really been fooling Columbus State. The 0-1 pitch, high chopper to the third baseman. Vincent will come home and score while Drennan is out at first. So finally a run comes home for the Cougars. Turner Vincent with the getting on base due to the error by the third baseman. Made it all the way to second, was moved over to third by Evans, and now sent home by Drennan. So the RBI picked up there by Gunnar Drennan. That's Drennan's second RBI of the season. It's the first run given up this game, but it's not going to be an earned run as Vincent reached on base due to error. You're looking at almost the identical stat line for McLeod in his opening day start. He went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 run. None were earned, and it's the exact same. He's 1 out away from the exact same stat line. Victor at the plate right now. He's down 1-2 in the count. McLeod outside, 2-2. Victor struck out looking in his first at-bat, grounded out to second in the 4th. And right now he's got a full count. No one on the base paths, but 2 down. And the Cougars finally picking up a run here. Now trail by 3. Victor looks at a ball high there, and he'll take his base. A 2-out walk. McLeod can't get out of the inning. Just his first walk of the afternoon. Grant Berry, 2 outs, steps up to the plate. Chance to keep this inning alive for the Cougars as pitching coach will walk on out there for the Wolves. That's the first walk that McLeod has allowed this entire season. Coach having a few words with him. Bullpen warming up for the Wolves. They're up 4-1. All 4 runs scored in the 3rd inning, and it all came after the error by Evans. So damage was done on that hot shot over to the shortstop, Evans. Runners eventually scored, but the Cougars respond back. An error of their own by the Wolves. The third baseman picks it up. That was Tyler Gardner on that rocket by Vincent. So 2 down. Victor over on first and Berry at the plate. We'll resume play here with McLeod delivering a strike down the middle. Berry 1 for 2 on the afternoon. He singled back in the 4th. Victor led the team last year in stolen bases as you see him slide back in safely to first. Cougars have already had two out stolen bases. Vincent picked one up in the 3rd, and the very next inning picked up another one. This time swinging and missing there was Berry, and sliding into second just in time was Victor as he picks up the stolen base. Their 3rd 2-out stolen base this afternoon. So Vincent's got a stolen base, Berry has one, and now Victor picks one up. A runner in scoring position with 2 down and an 0-2 hole for Berry. Berry chops that one high to the second baseman. That's a tough play right there, and he makes it nonetheless. What a play right there by N.J. Williamson, coming up with the snag off the bounce and ends the inning. 4-1 though, the score. Cougars do plate one off the error. You're watching Cougar Sports TV. Eight, 9-1 coming up to the plate for the Wolves, and a new pitcher on the mound for the Cougars as number 35, Perez Knowles, comes into the game. So Robert Hayes filled in nicely for the Cougars that last inning, giving up just 1 hit while striking out a batter, and now Perez Knowles will get the call here in the top of the 7th. 4-1 the score. Cougars only down by 3 as they are trying to creep their way back into this one. Knowles pitched that opening day for the Cougars. Went 2 innings, giving up 4 hits and 4 runs, but none of them were earned due to the error, and he struck out 3 as well. Remember Coach Appleton being pleased with the way that Knowles pitched in that first game, said he just missed one of his pitches that was hit for that home run, but other than that, he was happy with what he saw from Knowles. And a called third strike there. It looked like it was a little bit low. The ump rings him up, and Garner takes a seat. We mentioned the 3 strikeouts that Knowles had in just 2 innings pitched, so he struck out half the batters that he saw, and he starts off with a strikeout there. And Williamson down in the count himself. So Knowles rolling early here out of Freeport in the Bahamas. Knowles making his way all the way up here to Columbus State. Went to boarding school down at Raymond Gap. 1-1 the count on Williamson. The junior off the end of his bat fouls it off. 1-2. That one hit over to Drennan at third and makes the throw high to McClellan at first. The ground out by Williamson and 2 quick outs for Knowles on the mound. Top of the lineup coming back around for the Wolves. Barnes up at the plate. 0 for 2 with the walk and a run. And the left-handed batter looks at a ball to start this at-bat. See if the bullpen replaces McLeod or if he comes back out. He's already gone 6, gave up just 3 hits, 1 run. None of them were earned, while striking out 3. In back-to-back great performances, has not allowed a run in 12 innings pitched to start his collegiate career with West Georgia. A transfer from Gordon State College. 3-0 the count. Sitting on that one all the way was Barnes, 3-1. And that one's outside, and a called strike there by the home plate umpire. Looked like he thought that was a ball 4. Barnes tossed his bat, started jogging down the first, and he has to come all the way back. That's tough as a batter when you think you have ball 4 and a base there, and now you've got to reset and come right back to the plate, and he's grounding that one out to the second baseman, so he's not going to be happy as he goes back to the dugout after grounding out there to Barry. And 3 up, 3 down. Perez Knowles coming through for the Cougars. Stretch it out. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th.
Choosing the right college can be a challenge. Does it offer degrees suited to your career goals? Are emerging fields of study more your interest, like cybersecurity, gaming, or environmental science? What about extracurricular activities, such as campus life, study abroad, or honors? Are scholarships and financial assistance available? Columbus State University has always been one of the most affordable colleges in Georgia. Now it's also one of the fastest growing. When you ask the right questions, you'll find out why CSU should be your first choice.
Bottom of the 7th. Welcome back to Cougar Baseball. Corey Aldis alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fuller. Mason McClellan will lead things off for Columbus State. in the bottom of the 7th. They trail 4-1 and a chance to try and climb back into this one. They picked up a run there in the bottom of the 6th. All got started with the leadoff error by the third baseman, and now we've got a leadoff hit by a pitch as McClellan is plunked in the back, and he'll take first. Well, whatever it takes to get on the base paths. It's funny, we were just looking up Mike McClellan, his older brother, and this afternoon we saw statistics on his older brother, Mike McClellan, leading the team in hit by pitches for the past 3 years that he played there, and now his younger brother, Mason McClellan, getting hit as well. So the McClellans not only delivering with home runs, but also taking one for the team. Mason on first. Lakehart at the plate. The lefty rips one into right field. That's going to be a single. McClellan will hold at second. 2 on, no outs. So here we go, a chance for the Cougars here. McClellan hit by a pitch. Lakehart singles up the right side, and we might have a pitching change here. As McLeod still out there on the mound, giving up 4 hits now. So Lakehart over on first, McClellan on second, and Miles Cameron will be at the plate with the catcher Delavie on deck. Cougars trail by 3. We're in the bottom of the 7th. They're 2-1 on the season. The West Georgia Wolves are 3-0. And that'll be it for McLeod. We'll have a pitching change. New pitcher coming out. At the plate will be Miles Cameron. We'll take a break. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
We have so much to celebrate in Division II, but we're especially proud of our commitment to Make-A-Wish.
Division II student athletes have led a 10-year initiative to raise funds and help grant wishes of children with life-threatening medical conditions.
Nearly $3 million have been raised, and hundreds of children's wishes have been granted. We play hard, we work hard, and we support others in need. Why? It's simple.
Because we care.
Welcome back to Cougar Baseball. Bottom of the 7th, and the Cougars have a primetime chance to get back into this one. Pitching change, first one of the afternoon for the West Georgia Wolves. Dalton Reagan comes into the game, the lefty junior out of Covington, Georgia. One of the returning pitchers from last season, Reagan had a 4.10 ERA, went 26 1/3 while striking out 29 batters. Phenomenal strikeout ratio for Reagan last season, and one of the dependable players out of the bullpen for the Wolves. See if Miles Cameron, the freshman, can jump on top of him. 2 on for the Cougars with no outs. Cameron inside on that one, and they're going to say he was hit. 2 batters hit already here in the bottom of the 7th. Boy, the Wolves are in some trouble. So Reagan made an appearance earlier this season, picking up the save. He went 3 innings, giving up just 2 hits, 1 walk, while striking out 4, and now he is in a jam. Bases loaded for the Cougars, and Bryce Delavy at the plate. Cougars trail right now by 3. So the Cougars have had the bases loaded 2 times this season, and they're 2 for 2. And Bryce Delavy, actually the beneficiary of one of them. He had a single with the bases loaded earlier this season. And he's up at the plate right now. Want to know the count. So Bryce Delavy had a single, and then Turner Vincent, the other player at bat with the bases loaded, he had a double. And you got Delavy at the plate and Vincent on deck. This is your opportunity for the Cougars. Reagan delivers just outside. He doesn't like it. 2-0. Reagan taking his time. Bases loaded for the Cougars. On third, McClellan. As Delavy rips that one, and it's going to hook foul. Oh, boy. So McClellan on third. Hart on second. Cameron on first. 2 batters hit by a pitch this inning. One by McLeod. The other was hit by Reagan. First batter that he faced in Cameron. Reagan delivers. Delavy, check swing at that one. Slow roller over to the shortstop. He only has 1 play. That's at first, and having to reach out there and make the tag was the first baseman, Raper. So 1 down, but a run scores for the Cougars. Now 4-2. Well, can't complain there as the Cougars score a run. Now a 2-run deficit. 4-2, the lead run at the plate. Vincent, ball gets past the catcher there all the way to the backstop. 1 run's going to score. That's Lake Hart. Miles Cameron moves over to third. It's now 4-3. Cougars are right back in this one. A disaster bottom of the 7th for the Wolves. Let's keep this train rolling. Miles Cameron over on third and Vincent at the plate. Vincent came around to score in the bottom of the 6th. That was the first run for the Cougars after he reached on the error by Gardner. Vincent check swing there. So 2-0 the count. Cameron over on third. Vincent fouls that one off. Two have already scored for the Cougars. The 2-1 pitch just Gets in there, 2-2. And only one down. A chance for Vincent to tie this one up or even possibly take the lead. Vincent already with one home run on the year in the opening day. 2-2 pitch. That one's hit into center, and it's going to drop in. A little bloop. And the RBI single for Vincent ties this one up at 4 apiece. Well, the Wolves were rolling up 4-0, heading to the bottom of the 6th, and all of a sudden, in the bottom of the 7th, it's now 4-4. And the top of the lineup coming up for Columbus State. So Vincent with the RBI single, bringing home Miles Cameron. Fouling that one off to start this at-bat is Evans. Top of the lineup for the Cougars. Evans 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Came into this one batting .286 in their first 3. Vincent 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts. He picked up his first stolen base of the season back in the 3rd inning. Less likely to go here with the lefty up on the mound as he throws back to first. Vincent 2 for 3 with a run and an RBI overall on the afternoon. Evans swings at that one, hits it over to the third baseman. He looked over at third base there. He hesitated, unable to turn the double play there. A chance for the Wolves to get out of the inning. I'm not sure if he thought that there was a runner still there or not, but mental error by the Wolves' third baseman there, Garner, and only gets the out at second base, unable to turn the double play. Evans might have ran that one out, but nonetheless, just 2 down, and the Cougars are still alive here. No double play turn with Drennan coming up to the plate. Drennan looks at a ball inside, 1-0. No hits for Drennan in this afternoon's game. He was 3 for 10 coming into this one. 0 for 3, did pick up an RBI though. Got Vincent to score back in the 6th. Showed bunt, pulled back, 1-1. So Evans is over there on first base. 2 down, and the Cougars have plated 3 in the bottom of the 7th to tie this one up at 4 apiece. McLeod's official stat line: 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, only 2 of them were earned. Walked 1 batter and struck out 3. That one's deep in the hole and not even going to come close to getting there in time and overthrowing the first baseman. Runners will move up to 2nd and 3rd respectively. It's going to be a single anyways, as Drennan was going to outrun that slow roller deep into the hole at shortstop. Kadkodian couldn't make the throw over to first. High on that one. Runners advance. Now 2 in scoring position for the Cougars in a tie game. Here's your chance for the Cougars. You've got one of your best hitters on the team at the plate with 2 on and scoring position in a tie game. Come all the way back from 4 down. Lefty on lefty here as Fichter looks at a strike to start this at bat. senior out of Davie, Florida, at the plate. 3 RBIs this season. Swings and hits a sharp one towards a first baseman, and a diving grab right there made by Raper. Steals a chance for the Cougars to take the lead. We're tied though at 4 apiece after 7. Cougars score 3. You're watching CSU Baseball.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Corey Aldis alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fuller. 4-4 as we enter the top of the 8th. Cougars have scored 4 runs in the past 2 innings to tie this one up. McLeod was wheeling and dealing this entire game until he ran into a little bit of trouble there in the bottom of the 6th, and Cougars jumped on top of him after he hit the first batter, McClellan, to start the 7th. Reagan came in, went an inning, gave up 2 hits and an earned run, and all of a sudden it's 4-4. So reset everything back to 0 with 2 innings to go. Chaz Wilson on the mound for the Cougars. Fouling that one off is Ben Utley. So the 2, 3, and 4 will be up at the plate for the Wolves. As Chaz Wilson on the mound, the senior, in his 2nd season for the Cougars. Swinging and missing there, 0-2. Wilson played last year for Columbus State, had a 5.59 ERA, went 19 1/3 innings while striking out 17. The 0-2 pitch, and going on that one, a leadoff strikeout. Utley goes down, Kadkodian comes up to the plate. Kadkodian with a couple of flyouts. He was also hit by a pitch in his 2nd at-bat. Wilson delivers that one inside, 1-0. Wilson giving up just a 197 batting average to his opponents last season in his first year as a Cougar, 2-0. He too, like Porter, played catcher in his previous college. Chaz Wilson coming to the Cougars from Union College out in Tennessee. So former alma mater for our very own Stephen Williams. Fouling that one off there is Cadcodian. Union, Tennessee, and played catcher there, had 3 home runs and 18 RBIs, and now straight pitcher for the Cougars here. Two-one. That inside, 3-1. Wilson delivers. Cadcodian skies that one high. Coming up in center field, and now waving everyone off there is Victor as he makes the grab. Barry was there as well. A great play made in center field as Victor came up on it. 2 down. Wilson rolling in his appearance here, the first one of the season for the senior righty. Lane Griffin up at the plate in his 3rd appearance, struck out in one of them and reached on the error that started the big bottom or top of the 3rd for the Wolves. One 0 count. Griffin swings at that one, hits that one into center field, and it's a routine flyout as Victor is there. 3 up, 3 down. Chaz Wilson retires the side. We head to the bottom of the 8th, all tied up at 4 apiece on Cougar Sports.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Back here at Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium, 4-4 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Cougars have climbed all the way back into this one, and another pitching change for the West Georgia Wolves. As number 25, Joseph Watson, comes into the game for West Georgia. So this Watson's first appearance for the Wolves this season. Swinging hard at that one and hit into deep center field. Tracking that one down is going to be Edie, and he makes the out. So a fly out to center to start the bottom of the 8th. And Mason McClellan at the plate. McClellan was hit by a pitch, which started the 3-run 7th inning for the Cougars. That got things rolling for them, and right now 1 down and no one on in a tie game for McClellan. So Joseph Watson, the junior righty out of Ty, Georgia. Want to know the count. That one high, 2-0. McClellan 0 for 2 this afternoon, but he did end up coming around to score after he was hit by a pitch last inning. The 2-0 pitch. McClellan hits that one into center field as well, and Edie there once again. 2 flyouts to center to start the bottom of the 8th. Lake Hart coming to the plate. Designated hitter for the Cougars. As Hart 1 for 3 with a run this afternoon. Could say this evening, as it's already 6 o'clock here, past 6 o'clock at Burger King Stadium. Sun is starting to set, lights are on in the outfield, and the scoreboard looking almost even across. 4 runs apiece, 6 hits apiece, but 2 errors for West Georgia and just 1 for the Cougars. Hart looks at a pitch outside to start the at-bat. Hart came into this one batting .400 with 2 runs and an RBI. He's one of our players of the game on second day of the season and the 9-8 win against Erskine. The 1-0 pitch. That one chopped foul, 1-1. No one on the base paths for Hart. Takes ball outside, 2-1. The Wolves will be back in action playing Augusta, who they just swept 3-game series. They're going to Augusta for a 2-game series this weekend. Swinging and missing there is Hart, 2-2. Meanwhile, the Cougars will be hitting the road. They've got a 5-game road trip after today. It's their first road trip of the season. Technically a 6-game road trip, as they'll have a doubleheader at Lynn on the 11th and then a game on the 12th, and then a 3-game series against Wingate on the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Hart's got himself in a full count right here. Again, the new pitcher Watson on the mound. Delivers. Hart fouls that one off to stay alive. So protecting the plate is Hart as he stays alive in this at-bat. 2 down, but no one on the base paths in a tie game. Hart rips one into right, but it's going to go right towards the right fielder out there, Brady Barnes. He makes the 3rd and final out. We're through 8 here at Burger King Stadium. 4-4, we head to the 9th, all tied up.
Choosing the right college can be a challenge. Does it offer degrees suited to your career goals? Are emerging fields of study more your interest, like cybersecurity, gaming, or environmental science? What about extracurricular activities, such as campus life, study abroad, or honors? Are scholarships and financial assistance available? Columbus State University has always been one of the most affordable colleges in Georgia. Now it's also one of the fastest growing. When you ask the right questions, you'll find out why CSU should be your first choice.
Back at Burger King Stadium here, a pitching change for the Cougars as Colton Ingram comes into the game. Not a save opportunity right now, but a chance for him to pick up the win if the Cougars can come out on top in the bottom of the ninth. It's 4-4 right now. Colton Ingram already with 2 saves to start the season. He pitched the ninth on opening day and followed it up with a 9th inning save in day 2. So back-to-back saves for Colton Ingram. Hasn't pitched since, and here he is once again. He works real fast up there on the mound, and he's got a lot of confidence, and he was in some early trouble in both of his appearances earlier this season on opening day and the second game, and worked his way out of both of them to prevent any runs from coming across. One and two the count. Cade Marlowe at the plate. Marlowe up here for the 4th time. He's 0 for 4, but does have an RBI as he looks at a called third strike there. Umpire ringing him up. He takes a seat. Boy, that's been a theme this afternoon on called third strikes. Looking at a ball to start this at bat is Ryan Raper. One and one. So Raper back at the plate now. He's 2 for 3. One of the 2 West Georgia players with 2 hits this afternoon. Now 2 and 1. Ingram in his 2 appearances given up just 1 hit, but he's walked 2. He's also hit a batter and struck out 3. That strikeout to start off this inning made it 4. 2 and 2 the count. Already ahead. The pitch, Raper chops that one up the middle. Berry off his back foot. Long throw over the first. Boy, he made that look easy. Grant Berry making the throw over the first and getting a second out. 2 down, no one on. Ingram doing quick work up on the mound this evening. 0-1 count. Looking at a ball there is Edey, 1-1. Beatty 1 for 3 this evening as he looks at a ball there, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch just misses the corner there, 3-1. Well, we mentioned Egrom getting into a little bit of trouble in his first 2 appearances, but working his way out of it. Has cruised through this one here, and that one is skied into right field. Routine fly ball. Miles Cameron is there for the 3rd and final out. That'll do it for the top frame of the 9th. Cameron, Delavy, Vincent coming up for the Cougars in the bottom of the 9th.
It's on us, all of us, to make sexual assault unacceptable.
Anyone can be the victim. Everyone can be the solution. It's on us to stand up and not stand by.
Because when you're a victim of sexual assault, no one should stand alone.
It's on us!
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field here at Burger King Stadium. Corey Aldis alongside with you. It's the bottom of the 9th and a chance for the Cougars to steal one here at home. What a win it would be, coming all the way back from 4-0 deficit. West Georgia also trailed Augusta 5-0 in their 3rd and final game of their series before they came back, taking it in extra innings with a 7-6 win to complete the sweep. Cougars were down 4, and they've come all the way back to tie it up. 1 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. Miles Cameron at the plate. That pitch outside, 1-1. So Watson still up there on the mound for the Wolves. Watson, the 6', 175-pound junior out of Tift County. Cameron swings at that off-speed pitch, 1-2. Watson, his first season with the Wolves, transferred up from Abraham Baldwin Agriculture College. Actually played his season at ABAC with our very own Brandon Robinson. Haven't seen him this season, the infielder for the Cougars. And look at that comebacker, right to Watson, and flips it over the first. Heads up play there as it just settled into his glove. So 1 down for the Cougars on the 1-3 put out. Bryce Delavy at the plate. Delavy does have a home run on the season. He picked it up in the 3rd and final game of the series against Erskine. All 3 home runs for the Cougars so far this year have been solo shots. Want to know the count. Watson delivers. Delavy skies that one. It's in foul territory, giving chase and out of play. Not quite able to get there was the first baseman, Ryan Raper. Sun is setting here at Burger King Stadium. Approaching 6:30 local time. We're in the bottom of the ninth, all tied up at 4 apiece. One down, no one on base paths, and the catcher, Bryce Delavie, at the plate. Right now, it's a 1-1 count. That pitch outside, 2-1. Delavie 0 for 3 on the evening, does have an RBI. That was his third of the season. That pitch inside, good eye, 3-1. Delavie ahead in the count, 3-1. Watson delivers. Delavie pops that one up. Catcher going towards the backstop. It remains in play and off the end of his glove. Just couldn't quite get a handle on that one. Dropping it was the backup catcher. And Delavie stays alive. Well, you love to see that if you're Delavie. So full count now for Delavie. No one on, one down, bottom of the ninth. Delavie batting .417 this season. Watson delivers. Delavie reaching for that one off the end of his bat. A slow little bouncer over to the pitcher. Has another put out over at first base. So Watson having to work for his outs here in the bottom of the ninth. Well, right now, who else would you rather have up at the plate for the Cougars? The hottest guy on the team right now, Turner Vincent. 2 for 3 this afternoon, has a run and an RBI, and it's already batting .429 coming into this game. First pitch. Outside, 1-0. Vincent with one swing of the bat can walk it off for the Cougars here. 1-0 count. Vincent fouls that one back, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. Vincent, the junior college transfer. This is his junior season. His first one with the Cougars. 6 foot, 190-pound outfielder. Made a fantastic diving grab in left field. That pitch had no chance there. Well inside and low. And Vincent ahead in the count, 3-1. He had the diving grab in left field to rob a hit in the 7th inning, or the 6th inning that is, and then ended up getting on base due to an error by the third baseman. Right now it's a 3-1 count. Watson delivers again inside, ball 4. So walking down to first base is Turner Vincent. Cougars have a runner on with 2 down and a threat to steal second as well. Some decent speed over at first with Vincent. Comes Justin Evans to the plate. 1 for 4 this afternoon. It's in the leadoff role. Evans is there. Drennan on deck. Watch out for Vincent's lead over on first base. That pitch got inside on Evans. Sends him over to first base. He's hit by the pitch. Watson goes inside twice on Vincent, goes inside on Evans there. Runners on first and second, only need one to cross the plate. Gunnar Drennan will be at the plate for the Cougars. So we've got a meeting on the mound right now with Watson out there. Watson, 1 2/3, has walked a batter, hit one, and we're going to have a pitching change. The new pitcher will come out for the Wolves. We'll take a quick break here on Cougar Baseball, 4-4, bottom of the ninth.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Welcome back to Burger King Stadium at Ragsdale Field. Cougars deadlocked in a 4-4 tie here with the Wolves of West Georgia. 2 runners on. They only need one, and we have a pitching change on the mound as number 31, the senior out of McDonough, Georgia, Ryan Sapp, comes into the game for the Wolves. So Drennan at the plate. Vincent over on second base. He would be the winning run as Sapp comes to the mound for the Wolves. Drennan looks at a ball to start this at bat. Sapp played his high school ball down at Union Grove High School, which was actually the exact same high school that the McClellan brothers went to. Pitched at the same high school, played in the same team with Mike and Mason McClellan. Not facing Mason McClellan at the plate right now, but Gunnar Drennan is up there and a formidable player for the Cougars. He too is in the Hall of Fame down in Union Grove, where they're a high school. So he's 1 year older than Mason and 1 year younger than Mike. Fits right in the middle.
Choosing the right college can be a challenge. Does it offer degrees suited to your career goals? Are emerging fields of study more your interest, like cybersecurity, game?
Nothing happening there for the Cougars as they strand 2 runners on. We head to extra innings. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Extra innings here at Burger King Stadium between the Cougars and the Wolves of West Georgia. First time out there on the mound and hitting a liner right over to the third baseman, Drennan. Was Arnett. So out there on the mound for the Cougars, Jared Little, the sophomore. Played a little bit last season for the Cougars. He's right out of Columbus, Georgia, the hometown hero. Played his high school ball over at Brookstone and a 7.71 ERA last season. And looking to improve upon that here in his sophomore campaign. NJ Williamson back up at the plate for the Wolves. Chopper over to Drennan, collects it, makes the easy throw over to first. 2 plays by Gunnar Drennan over at third base, and 2 quick outs with Little up on the mound. Barnes coming up to the plate. Top of the lineup, back around for West Georgia. That was 2 quick outs. Heads up play there by Drennan on the line out and the ground out. 0-1 the count. Brady Barnes up at the plate. 0 for 3 with a run and a walk. And Little with 2 quick outs for the Cougars. Sidearm delivery, swinging and missing there, 0-2. Got that long blonde hair that's just popping out of his hat there. Reminds me of Noah Syndergaard out there on the mound. Minus his delivery, as delivers that one and hits it over to Grant Berry, who decides to do a little jump there and grab it for the third and final out. How about that? 3 up, 3 down, an extremely quick top of the 10th. Cougars have a chance to walk it off after this.
The PBC is commitment.
The PBC is community.
The PBC is competition.
The PBC is character. We are the PBC.
Welcome back to Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Cougars and Wolves deadlocked in a 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 10th. Tyler Fichter will lead things off for the Cougars as they try and plate the winning run and end this 2-game series, but this is the first game, and the second game again won't be played until March 1st. That will be at West Georgia is when they'll play the home and home, the second game of the home and home. Right now, Fichter, a chance for the Cougars to end this one. Fichter 0 for 3 on the evening. First pitch, called strike. Brian Saps stays up there on the mound for the Wolves. Got the out he needed, the fly out. And there were 2 runners on for Columbus State in the bottom of the 9th. Fichter reaches for that one and hits it into right center, and coming up and making the grab there is Brady Barnes. One down on the fly out to right. Victor goes down. And Grant Berry at the plate. Fouling that one back. (4-4). Cougars were trailing 4-0 after 4 runs were scored in the top of the third for the Wolves. Cougars came storming back in the 6th and 7th to tie this one back up. Berry looks at a ball there, 1-1. Berry, no home runs on the season, batting just .167 to start this year. It's 1 for 4 this evening. Berry swinging and missing on that one, 1-2. Zap the 1-2 pitch outside, 2-2. Zap with a 7.16 ERA last season, went 16 1/3 while striking out 10 in his 11 appearances. 2-2 the count on Berry. No one on the base paths and 1 down on the Fichter flyout as Berry fouls that one back. Zap taking his time. 2-2 the count. Berry swinging and missing on that one as he got him down on strikes. 2 down for the Cougars. No one on the base paths. Berry striking out, swinging. That brings up the first baseman, Mason McClellan. And how about this pitcher and this batter right now? Former high school teammates. These two played high school ball together down in Union Grove. Both of them making their high school Hall of Fame. And Zap played with both McClellan brothers. Right now, 1-0 count to McClellan. He's a year older than Mason, but a year younger than Mike. Swinging and missing on that one, 1-1. It's been a few years since these two have faced off or seen each other. 1-1 the count outside, 2-1. McClellan a chance to play hero this evening. Has 1 home run on the season. That was on opening day. Two and 1 the count. McClellan thought about it, 3-1. Two down, and no one on the base paths for the first baseman. McClellan at the plate, on deck, Lake Hart. 3-1 count. Zap delivers, just hits it, full count. So a full count here for Mason McClellan with 2 down and no one on. Full count pitch. McClellan rips one into left for a base hit. It's going to be a single as Mason will get on the base paths And a chance for Lake Hart to drive them home. A 2-out single for the Cougars. Just what Columbus State needed, a 2-out hit, and Lake Hart steps up. So McClellan over on first. No stolen bases this season for McClellan. Not really a threat to run. 6'3", 210 as Sapp delivers an opening ball. Hart 1 for 4 this evening. He's got a run. Looks at a called strike there. Evens the count. Hart in his second season with the Cougars. Transferred up from South Georgia State College. 1-1. A pitch inside. 2-1. Cougars finished to pick second in the PBC this preseason. They've started off well, 3-1, 2-1 to start the year. West Georgia picked to finish third in the Gulf South, and they've started 3-0. Cougars looking to hand them their first loss of the year. Two and 1 the count. Sapp looks at McClellan, delivers home, and Hart pops that one up. Shortstop is going to get underneath it. And now the right fielder calls him off and comes up for it. That's Brady Barnes with the third and final out. So we're still tied at 4 apiece. After 10, we'll go to the 11th. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Top of the 11th we go here at Burger King Stadium. Cougars and Wolves all tied up 4 apiece. It's been that way since the 7th. Little still up there on the mound for the Cougars. He had a extremely quick 1-2-3 inning, only threw 6 pitches before getting his 3 outs. Fantastic job from him, and he starts this one off 1-1. So Ben Utley up at the plate now for the Wolves. Got the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. Utley, Kadkodian, and Griffin. So Utley up first. 2-1 count. Little delivers, swinging and missing. 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Outside, full count. Missing his location. The past couple of pitches is Little, and it's now full count. 4-4, 6 hits for the Wolves, 7 for the Cougars. The payoff, staying alive, is Utley. Utley with a couple of hits, an RBI, a run, but he does have 2 strikeouts. Struck out in the first and 8th innings. See if Little can pick one up here. The full count pitch, right back up the middle, singles that one into center. So Utley delivers with the leadoff hit for the Wolves. And now they've got their 3, 4, and 5 hitters possibly coming up. Kadkodian, the power hitter for the Wolves, at the plate. Artemis Kadkodian fouls that one off. The senior out of Fayetteville, Georgia, played over at Stars Mill. Laying down a bunt right there. Little's going to have to race. Now Delavy's going to get there, and he makes the throw over to first base. Advancing the runner over to second base was Kadkodian, and so pinch hitter coming up for the Wolves, Bradley Felkel at the plate. Out of the College of Central Florida, out of Valdosta, Georgia, is Felkel. So Kadkodian over on second, a runner in scoring position, just 1 down for Felkel. Out of Valdosta, Little still up there on the mound. Felkel just transferred up here from the College of Central Florida, so this is going to be Felkel's first at-bat as a member of the West Georgia Wolves. His first at-bat, and he has a chance to do some damage and give the Cougars, put the Cougars down, and that'll be it for Little. We'll have a pitching change for the Cougars. New pitcher coming out. Little's night is complete. Still 4-4, runner on second base. You're watching Cougar Baseball. Back here at Burger King Stadium, top of the 11th. Still 4-4, but a runner on second base. for the Wolves. Pitching change as the Cougars made a change on the mound, bringing in Jalen Lotta. He's already made one appearance this season, went 2 innings, gave up just 2 hits, 1 earned, while striking out 2. We've got another change up at the plate as well, as number 35, Spencer Cross, will be batting with the pitching change of Lotta on the mound. So runner over on second, Cross at the plate, and Lotta starts with the ball. Maybe some miscommunication there as Delavy goes out there to have a word with Lotta. So again, we've got a pinch runner out there on second base. That's Christopher Michaels, Spencer Cross at the plate, and Jalen Lotta on the mound. 3 new guys all out there for this at-bat. I think you can safe to say that it's an important at-bat. 1-0 the count, 1 down. Everyone making changes out there. Lotta looks back, delivers, strike down the pipe. Cross out of Dalton, Georgia. Just a sophomore, didn't get any playing time last year for the Wolves. One and one. Lotta looks back at Michaels. On second, delivers. That one gets past Delavy. Low and outside. It goes back to the backstop, and moving all the way up to third base is going to be Michaels. So a wild pitch there by Lotta sends Michaels down to third. Delavy again going out to talk with Lotta. It looks like they're just not on the same page in this at-bat. That's not what you want when you're in the top of the 11th of a tie game. Again, Cross still at the plate. Michaels over on third now. Lotta delivers, fouling that one off. So Spencer Cross in his first at-bat for the Wolves in his collegiate career. 2-2 the count. Got a chance to put them in front in extras. The pitch, right back at Lotta. Diving grab there, heads up play by Jalen Lotta. Holds the runner on third. Now there's 2 outs. A fantastic play made by the Cougars. They hang on and are 1 out away from getting out of the jam. Cade Marlowe now at the plate. Marlowe 0 for 4, does have an RBI. And Lotta now can get out of this inning without giving up any. Lotta, the hometown hero, came out of Northside High, just right down the road. Oh, and 1 the count. Ripping that one foul was Marlowe. Oh, and 2. 1 strike away as Lotta delivers the pitch. Swinging and missing there was Marlowe. Gets the big strikeout. Lotta coming through for the Cougars. Still 4-4. We head to the bottom of the 11th. Cameron Delavey and Vincent, your 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming up to the plate for the Cougars. It's the bottom of the 11th. 4-4 still remains the score. New pitcher on the mound for the Wolves as number 15, Mitchell Menino, comes out there for West Jordan, Marietta, Georgia. New catcher out there as well for West Georgia as Xavier Cruz checks into the lineup. The freshman for West Georgia. Changes all over. But Cameron a chance to put an end to this one. Cameron 0 for 3 on the evening, does have a run. He was hit by a pitch back in the 7th as he looks at a ball inside. So he ended up scoring the tying run back in the 7th, and that was the last run scored by either team. See if we can change that here. 1-0 count. Cameron thought about it. 1-1. Third best record in school history for West Georgia last season, 42-16. Went 22-11 in conference play as Cameron swings and misses at that one, 1-2. Made that deep run in the NCAA Southeast Regional as well. But a lot of changes coming into this season, just like CSU. 1-2 the count as Cameron leads off, bottom of the 11th. 4 runs and 7 hits apiece for both squads. Cameron pops that one up. First baseman giving chase. Looks like it's going to go out of play. No chance there. Again, Xavier Cruz, the new catcher in there. Originally had Peters to start this one. Only went one at bat before he was replaced by Griffin. The 1-2 pitch. Again, another foul off. So we passed the 3-hour mark in this one. Past 7 o'clock local time. Into the bottom of the 11th. Menino delivers outside, 2-2. Cougars will be hitting the road for their next 6 games. So make sure you keep on track on following the Cougars as they hit the road. They'll be at Lynn for 3 and then at Wingate for 3 more. Cameron swings and misses at that one. Well, the catcher, Bryce Delavey, at the plate. Out of Wallace Community College in Dothan. He, too, from Northside High. Sophomore in his 2nd season with the Cougars. Or 1st season with the Cougars, 2nd collegiate season. Looks at a called strike there, 0-1. That one fouled off. West Georgia, meanwhile, will travel to Augusta for their next 2. They already swept them to open up the season. A 3-game series. Now they'll have a 2-game series, this time at Augusta. The 0-2 pitch. Reaching for that one was Delavey. Easy play made by Menino. 2 quick outs for the Cougars. No one on the base paths. We're in the bottom of the 11th of a tie game. Well, Vincent had a chance in the bottom of the 9th to walk it off, and now given another chance here in the bottom of the 11th. Big 2-4 at the plate. Looks at a ball outside, 1-0. Vincent 2 for 3 on the evening. Does have a run and an RBI. Thought about it. Looks at a called strike. One on the count. That one inside. Almost clipped Vincent. It looked like it did. Yep, it did. Right off his right knee as he will walk on down to first base. Vincent hit by the pitch. And a runner on the base paths for the Cougars with 2 down. Top of the lineup, coming back around, Justin Evans. Two down for the Cougars. Vincent over on first. He does have a stolen base earlier in this one, back in the 3rd inning. Evans just 1 for 4 as they throw back over the first. Hold Vincent on the bag. Again, going back over to Vincent. The ball gets away from first baseman. Vincent will easily walk his way over to second base. Critical error made there as the first baseman couldn't hang on to it. Vincent takes second. So a runner in scoring position and a chance for the Cougars to walk this off. 2 down and the leadoff hitter, Justin Evans, at the plate. Menino delivers inside. Evans 1 for 4 tonight. First time all season that Evans has been at the plate with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Menino delivers. Evans chops that one foul. The 1-1 pitch. Evans, little check swing, soft one there, and an easy throw over the first base. Menino gets out of it. We are going to the 12th. Still tied at 4 apiece. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
Hey, Banks. Have a seat and let me make you uncomfortable. Up those grades, son, or the only position you'll be playing in college is sitting on me. You're still awake? Have a seat on old Mr. Bench. At least your buns will fall asleep.
Is this the one about the high school hotshot who gets benched in college?
Hey, man, T, move down.
It's a tearjerker!
To the 12th we go here at Burger King Stadium. 4-4. It's been that way since the 7th. A pitcher's duel since then. No one's crossing the plate in this one, as West Georgia will get the first crack at it here to start the 12th inning. Ryan Raper up at the plate, get things going. One of the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for West Georgia up at the plate. Raper 2 for 4 on the evening, as Lotta is still out there on the mound for the Cougars. In 2/3, struck out a batter, only had to pitch 8. Raper, the lefty, 0-1 count, 1-1. Raper out of Dallas, Georgia, went to Hillgrove High School, same high school as the pitcher you just saw for West Georgia, Mitchell Menino. Both graduated together, both seniors here for the Wolves. Two and 1 the count. Fouling it off again, evens it up. Raper reached for that one over the head of Evans and into left. Poked that one into left field. And it gives a leadoff hit for the Wolves. That brings up Drew Eady to the plate. And West Georgia now with a base runner on the paths. Eady 1 for 4. Shows bunt, lays it down, right down the first base line. That's going to be a tough play. The flip over to first, and they call him safe. Barry can't believe it. He thought got him in time. Now the Cougars in a little bit of trouble. A single into left, and now a bunt single. Outrunning him down the first base line. That brings back up Arnett. Came in for Gardner. And 2 runners on now for the Wolves. No outs. Lotta in a jam. Another bunt laid down. Goes right back to Lotta. One play made down at first, and he can't make it. It gets away from the first baseman. McClellan throws home. Runner is safe. Boy, a lot of trouble there as Lotta just rocketed one over the first base. He looked like he took his time and then tried firing it late in. It's a whole mess there for the Cougars. The error is picked up, run comes across, and now the Wolves have taken the 5-4 lead. Runners on the corners with no outs still. Now Cotton a run down over at third base. Cougars have a chance to get an out here. Stuck out there, and boy, not making the throw over to third base there, as Delavy just hung on to it. So Delavy not making the play there. Runner from first advances over to second. Everyone is still safe, and there's still a big fat 0 up on the out department. Two on in scoring position now for the Wolves. And a 5-4 lead. Hitting that one into center field. Fichter racing up on it. He's not going to get there in time. It drops in for a base hit. Another run will score. It's now 6-4, West Georgia on top. Boy, I thought Victor was going to get to that one, but it dropped right in front of him. So 2 runs have now crossed the plate. Still no outs. You've got runners on the corners. All sorts of trouble here for the Cougars and Lotta. Barnes in the top of the lineup, back up for the Wolves. Arnett's over on third, NJ on first. And just taking off and walking his way over to second base is going to be NJ Williamson. So 2 on in scoring position here for the leadoff hitter Barnes. Cougars just trying to get an out here. 1-1 the count, swinging and missing there, 1-2. All sorts of trouble here in the top of the 12th. It all started with the leadoff single by Raper. 1-2 pitch, swinging and missing, and Lotta picks up the strikeout. First out of the 12th. So Michael steps up to the plate as Barnes strikes out swinging. Michaels came in and pinch ran for the Wolves. He's now up at the plate. They try and extend their lead here. Kadkodian on deck. Runners on second and third. Just 1 out. One out count. Michaels looks at a ball, 2-0. So 3 singles in the top frame here of the 12th for West Georgia. Also advancing on a throw. You've got an advance on a reach on a throwing error. Just a lot of mistakes here as that one's fouled back. Two and 1 the count. Michaels in his first at-bat tonight. Lotta delivers that one low, 3-1. See if the Cougars can get out of this jam. Desperate to not allow any more runs to come across the plate. Already trail by 2 now in the top of the 12th. Lotta delivers a strike, full count. Payoff. Like he was trying to swing at that one. No go. And a walk on down to first base. So on the appeal, nothing happening except a walk, and Kadkodian comes up. So the leader for the West Georgia Wolves in home runs last season at the plate. Kadkodian hit 10 home runs for the Wolves last year, and he's got a bases loaded opportunity with only 1 out right now. A 6-4 lead for the Wolves as Kadkodian lifts that one deep center field. It's going to bounce off the wall. Victor corrals it. All 3 are going to score for the Wolves, and they jump all over the Cougars, 9-4. A bases clearing double for Kadkodian. That's going to be 9-4 now as West Georgia has just erupted here in the top of the 12th. 5 runs, and that double looks as though it may end Lotta's night. We'll have a pitching change with Xavier Cruz coming up to the plate. You're watching Cougar Baseball.
Choosing the right college can be a challenge. Does it offer degrees suited to your career goals? Are emerging fields of study more your interest, like cybersecurity, gaming, or environmental science? What about extracurricular activities, such as campus life, study abroad, or honors? Are scholarships and financial assistance available? Columbus State University has always been one of the most affordable colleges in Georgia. Now it's also one of the fastest growing. When you ask the right questions, you'll find out why CSU should be your first choice.
Well, a pitching change for the Cougars here on the top of the 12th as Tyler Cadenhead comes into the game. Jalen Lotta, his evening is complete. Still just one out, and that's Kadkodian over there on second base. One of the best hitters, as mentioned, for the Wolves, and he delivered there with a one-out, bases-loaded double. Had 37 RBIs last year. He's already started on fire for the Wolves this season. Xavier Cruz at the plate. Kadkodian batting .429 coming into today's game. Cadenhead out of Omaha, Georgia. His second appearance this season. Went 2 innings. Gave up a hit, a run, a walk, and a strikeout. It's a 1-2 count. In the top of the 12th, 9-4 the score. Cougars down by 5. We had no runs scored starting all the way back in the 7th through the top frame of the 12th. Two and two. Hits now for the Wolves. 9 runs. Still stuck on 7 hits are the Cougars. Full count, still only 1 down. Cadenhead delivers, that one low, and Xavier Cruz will take his base. So Cruz on first, Kadkodian over on second. This inning is still not complete. It's been a long one for the Cougars as Cade Marlowe comes up to the plate. We're one batter away from hitting through the lineup for West Georgia in the top frame here of the 12th. It all started with a Raper single to left field. He's on deck. See if we can turn a double play here. 1-0 count. Marlowe fouls that one off, evens it up. One and one. That one well outside. 2-1. Well, if you're in town, make sure you head on down to Cougar Field tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Got 6 games coming up for the Lady Cougars. Just across the way, a doubleheader against Emmanuel tomorrow, West Florida and Albany State on Saturday and Sunday. Swinging and grounding that one past the right side. McClellan couldn't get there. Another run will score. And advancing over to third base is Cruz. 10-4 now. Well, things have really unraveled here for the Cougars in the top of the 12th. Still one out, and a number of opportunities that the Cougars had. There was a bunt down the first base line, a late throw over to first base, throwing error by Lotto, which could have been another out, then caught in a rundown. Delavy unable to get the out, throwing it over to Drennan. There's a number of plays left on the board that are going to haunt the Cougars in this one. It's now allowed West Georgia to jump out to a 10-4 lead. Strike called there, 1-1. So runners on the corners. Cadenhead still up there on the mound. 6 runs off of 5 hits and an error so far for West Georgia in the 12th. Four. Fouling that one off. Ryan Raper at the plate. He started everything here in the top of the 12th. Little did we know that we'd go around the lineup after just a simple single by Raper into left. Back to first again goes Cadenhead. Gone around the lineup, and the Wolves have hung a crooked number up here on the scoreboard. Still only 1 out, and fouling that one off there. 2-2 is the count on Raper. Cadenhead delivers that one outside the zone. No call there. Full count. So here we go. Cadenhead, full count. Runners on the corners. 1 down. Runners go, and fouling that off. We'll replay it. Cadenhead delivers. That one hit deep into left field. Vincent giving chase all the way back at the wall, and it's going to bounce at the warning track. Vincent can't grab it there, and he's going to make the throw in eventually. It's going to be a double. 2 more runs are going to score for West Georgia. 8 runs now here in the top of the 12th. It's now 12-4. Still only 1 out. 8 runs have been scored. The Wolves on top here. Again, the second game of this home and home series will be played March 1st at West Georgia. The 1-0 pitch, low, 2-0. And the Cougars are just struggling to get any out here in the 12th inning. They've only recorded 1. Things have been just unraveling at the seams on the baseball and for the Cougars here in this 12th inning. Raper on second. Raper started this inning with a single and then follows it up with a double, a 2-run double. We've got Edie at the plate. Hitting that one into right field and charging up on it, and unable to make the grab is the freshman. Advancing over the third is Raper. On second is Edie. Still only 1 out for the Cougars. Tough play to make there as Cameron was charging in fast. So that brings up Logan Arnett, who reached on that throwing error by Lotta. Laid down the bunt, and Lotta couldn't make the throw over the first. Runners on second and third here, and we've already got 8 runs scored here in the top of the 12th. Only 1 out. Arnett looks at a ball in the dirt, 2-0. It's been a rough go here for Tyler Cadenhead. It's the 8th pitcher of the night for the Cougars. Cadenhead yet to record an out. It's given up 3 hits and 2 earned. Two and 1. That one laced foul there. Now 14 hits for the Wolves. Boy, just a second ago, I feel like we were looking at a 4-7, 4-7 stat line for both of these teams. Next thing you know, you've got 12 runs and 14 hits all of a sudden for the Wolves. Another full count. Arnett looks at a ball outside. Base is loaded. Got to start a rally here to try and get this second out. The ever elusive second out for the Cougars here in the top of the 12th. Williamson pops that one up. That's going to be in shallow right and unable to make the play. That's a tough get there for Barry. He makes the throw over to second, but not in time. Another run scores. 13-4. I mean, they are just picking their spots out, and the Wolves are hitting them perfectly. It's 2 now into right field, just unreachable for the fielders. 13-4 now. Barnes hits that one into left and giving chase is Vincent and making the grab. Did he hang on to it? Looks like he did, and what a play right there for the Cougars. 13-4. Cougars down 9. So Vincent came up with that grab in left field for the third and final out. I was mistaken. There was a force out there on second base. That was the second out. So Vincent picking up that grab made it 3. We head to the bottom of the 12th. Look, if West Georgia can put up a 9 spot, why not the Cougars? They're going to need it. Trailing 13-4. Boy, that was a little bit of a rough inning there. A rough go-round in the 12th. Well, West Georgia went around the lineup and some. So let's get things started here with Gunnar Drennan at the plate for the Cougars. Gunnar 1 for 5 with an RBI tonight. Fouls that one off. Menino still up there on the mound for the Wolves. Menino 1-0 on the season. This is his 3rd appearance, and he's in line to improve to 2-0. He's got a 9-run cushion here, if he can hang on to it. One and one. Menino's got an inning here. Struck out 1. Pitched a total of 4 innings now on the season, and he's only given up 1 hit. Swinging and missing there was Drennan, 1 down. Tyler Fichter now at the plate, 0 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout. Hasn't been kind to him today as he came in hitting .400 on the season. Been a quiet game for the center fielder. Menino delivers, Fichter fouling it off. Well, the last time the Wolves were at Burger King Stadium, they did put up 12 runs, although it was a big-time loss, losing 26-12. They've outdone themselves this time around. 13 runs. Victor keeps everything alive, singling that one into center. He's going to try and advance to second there, and he's easily going to be thrown out. No chance there, as Victor wanted that extra bag. So Victor thrown out, trying to advance to second. That's now 2 down. We're down to the final out here. Again, make sure you follow the Cougars on the road. They'll be at Lynn for 3, and then at Wingate for 3 more. They're going to be on the road for 6 straight. Next home game, February 22nd against Albany State. Just a 1-game matchup there before they start conference play against Georgia Southwestern on the 24th. 6-game road trip for the Cougars, and we've got a 6-game home stand coming up for the Lady Cougars. Right now it's 13-4. Cougars down to their final out. Swinging and missing there was Barry. He's down 1-2. Well, the Cougars were down 4-0 in the third off the error from Evans. They battled their way back, scored a run in the 6th, added 3 more to tie it up in the 7th, and it looked like momentum had really swung the Cougars' way. Fortunately, they stranded opportunities in the 8th and 9th, and we went to extra innings. Nothing happening in the 10th and 11th, and then the 12th inning, things started to implode for the Cougars. Picking up an error, unable to get the outs that they needed to. Base runners kept on coming. Wolves went around the lineup. 9 runs later, it's 13-4. This loss will drop the Cougars to 2-2 on the season, and the West Georgia Wolves are going to improve to 4-0. A fantastic start for them as they're on their way to try and beat their best record in school history. They had their 3rd best record last year with a 42-16 overall record. It's got to be a pleasant surprise for their head coach Stanley Fight in his 8th season. It's been all uphill and improvements for him over the years, and they're about to start 4-0 after losing 5 all-conference players. Full count here to Barry. Menino delivers a ball. And we've got to run around first. Mason McClellan at the plate. 1 for 4 with a run. All right, Cougars, 2-out rally. Just down 9 runs. No count. McClellan fouls that one back. 1-1. Home games limited for the Cougars this season. That's why every single one is important. Only 21 of their 50 games are at home. Called strike there. 1-2. In the 12th inning, we've seen a combined 13 pitchers between these two tonight. Menino delivers. McClellan rips that one into center field. Back-to-back hits. Well, Barry reached on that walk, but Victor had that hit. McClellan picks up a hit. Got 2 hits here in the bottom of the 12th. So back-to-back guys on the base paths for the Cougars. First and second now. McClellan and Barry, and Lake Hart steps up. Well, had Fichter not tried advancing to second base, he would have either scored or at least been on the base paths with only 1 out. Instead, 2 down and only 2 on, and still a 9-run deficit. See if Lake Hart can eat into that. One 0 pitch. Outside, 2-0. Two-0 count, 2 down. Cougars down to their last out. Lake Hart digging in. Looks at a ball outside. He's well ahead, sitting pretty, 3-0. Menino delivers. Sitting on that one was Hart. We've got bases loaded here after Hart draws a 4-pitch walk. So 2 walks and a base hit. And everything is loaded up for the Cougars. Not going down without a fight. The freshman up at the plate, Miles Cameron. We're approaching the 4-hour mark in this one, folks. Corey Alders alongside Stephen Williams and Josh Fuller. Hope y'all have stuck around with us. Of course you're going to stick around. It's the Cougars. And that's it for Menino. We'll take a quick break. Another pitching change on the mound. The 6th pitcher coming up for the Wolves.
Think of the NCAA as a spirit squad, cheering for student athletes at every big event and every small one. We'd be there in the classroom, at graduation, at their first job interview. Okay, so don't think of us as a spirit squad. Think of us as a mascot. Well, just know we're always there for student athletes.
So Miles Cameron at the plate for the Cougars. Got a bases loaded opportunity for them. They're just keeping this game alive. Still 2 outs. And a little 2-out rally. See if they can try and plate some runs here. They're going to need 9 of them to come all the way back to tie it up. Miles Cameron at the plate. New pitcher on the mound for the Wolves. It's Ryan Parker, the freshman out of Ackworth, Georgia. This is Parker's first appearance at the collegiate level. The freshman on the mound for the Wolves with bases loaded. Cameron 0 for 4 with a run. He's got a 1-1 count. Pitch high, 2-1. Parker 6'3", 175. too much of a pressure situation. Even though the bases are loaded, you're hanging on to a 9-run lead. Two and two. Where we were just talking about Menino picking up the win. How he could have easily done it. He can still get it here, but a little bit of trouble here with the Cougars having the bases loaded. 2-2 pitch. 2 down. Fouled off. So we'll replay it. 2 and 2. Parker delivers. Again, fouled off. Get Cameron protecting the plate, staying alive in this at-bat. Got freshman on freshman right now. Two pitch. Right up the middle it goes. Diving past the shortstop there. Goes into the outfield. 2 runs are going to score for the Cougars. That's Cameron's first RBI of his collegiate career, and he picks up 2 of them. This one's still alive. 13-6. Cougars not going down without a fight. Boy, if only we could have just gotten out of that top frame of the 12th without giving up 9. We'd have a chance to walk it off here. That 9 spot really hurting the Cougars. Delavy at the plate. On deck is Vincent. Strike called. So you got runners on first and second. Cameron on first, Hart on second. Cameron delivering the 2 RBI single here in the bottom of the 12th. 13-6 the score. Delavy flies that one into center. It's going to fall into the center fielder Drew Eady's glove for the 3rd and final out of this one. Well, that will wrap everything up here at Ragsdale Field at Burger King Stadium. Cougars clawed their way back to tie it at 4 apiece, but a 9th spot in the top of the 12th did them in. The final here is 13-6 as the Cougars couldn't come away with the win. They'll fall to 2-2 on the season. West Georgia will improve to 4-0 to start their year, and that will wrap things up. For Corey Aldis, Stephen Williams, Josh Fuller, and for everyone here at the ballpark, your final: Cougars fall 13-6.